during these challenging times.
Resolution
It is essential that we highlight at the
74-206.
highest level the urgency
This
in
guy gets
support of
5.
post-2020
This guy gets
global
5 minutes.
biodiversity framework that contributes to the
Louisiana.
achievement of the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the 2030 Agenda
Let's
for
watch this
Sustainable
rainbow
Development.
black for some reason.
The summit on biodiversity is very fitting. Its timing coincides with the end.
Thank you, Hazel. Jack can go get him back. I'll get him to come help me get you out of here.
No, too late.
I don't know.
Tired
What?
as much. What last long? Take care of Jack, my son.
Don't worry about that.
I knew what to expect, but I made my decision to Brooklyn. Not sorry. Not afraid.
Oh my God.
Sergeant,
Yes, Hazel.
always remember me as Hazel Crest. Never even think I had another name.
All right. Jack's coming down.
He mustn't know. Mustn't know.
How is she, Sergeant? Is she going to be all right?
Hello, Sergeant. I'm glad you're safe.
Why did you do it, man? I'll never forget
Jack and I shall always remember Hazel Crest, won't we, Jack?
Oh, we sure will, man. Always.
That's good. I'm satisfied.
Hey, she's fainted.
No, Jack. Hazel Crest is gone. Show your mother, Jack. For what I know now, your mother's dead.
I see. Well, Sergeant, Hazel Crest has done a great deal for me. She gave her life to save mine.
Yes. She solved the murder case for you. I'll tell you about it later. She's vindicated herself for any wrong she may have done in her life. I'm sure we can say that because of her, the case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Friday's adventure. What a
Oh,
ride
that's-
of laughs,
that's a
what
completely
excitement,
different
what
series.
spine-tingling thrills in the 5 Bugs Bunny comic books we have for you. Remember, they're
You
offered only
fucking
by
asshole.
Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice while supplies last. Not 1, not 4, but 5 Bugs Bunny comic books for only 15 cents and 1 box top from Quaker Puff Wheat
15
or
cents.
Quaker Puff Rice. Each book is 32 pages thick. So with 5 of them, you get 160 pages crammed with action. Each book is a complete story, and they're all stories you've never seen nor read before. Here are just a few. Bugs Bunny Lion Tamer.
How many
Bugs Bunny meets
bowls
the
of
Dwarf
cereal
Ghost.
does Bugs
Bugs
eat?
Bunny Lost in the Frozen North. Bugs Bunny outwits the smugglers.
You know
Bugs
what,
Bunny
Russia
captured
or
by
Canada?
cannibals.
Alaska.
And all these swell comic books are just off the presses. We'll
We're gonna build that fucking bridge somehow. I want the gas.
The need to ensure a harmonious
for the import
balance
facility.
between human activity and nature. It must emphasize the importance of biological
That's how they make the
diversity
syrup,
to
baby.
present and future generations. Hence, the group is ready to work for a successful 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the
Yeah, but do
Convention
you have tomatoes
on
and grapes
Biological
growing in your
Diversity.
window?
Under the
These
theme,
assholes rip the things
Ecological
down.
Civilization,
Seeds,
building a shared future for all life on Earth. The Group of 77 and China stresses that urgent and significant actions are needed to reduce the degradation of natural habitats, halt biodiversity loss, protect and prevent the extinction of threatened species.
like these.
We are deeply concerned that up to 1 million species currently face the
I need
threat
one of
of
these
extinction,
Russian 6x6
more than at any other time in human history.
These Arctic snow.
And we deeply regret the potentially high number of species that disappeared in the past centuries, most of which have gone unaccounted for.
They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Gunsmoke. Brought to you.
Who's the Mr. President of Guyana?
Conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We look forward to engaging constructively in the summit's dialogue and to taking firm actions to put nature on a path to recovery. Mr. President, I wish now to provide some additional perspectives in my national capacity. My country, Guyana, is endowed with rich biodiversity. This endowment provides environmental benefits to both the local and global public.
We need a highly experienced criminal defense lawyer. I'm Joseph Newberger, a certified specialist in criminal law. I've dedicated my career to protecting your rights. If you're charged, you don't need to go through this difficult time alone. Newberger and Partners are here to guide you every step of the way. Contact us for a consultation at 416-364-3111 or go to nrlawyers.com. That's nrlawyers.com.
Like a criminal
Elevators.
divorce lawyer?
They're not something we give much thought to,
Something
but when they're not
CIA too.
operating correctly, it can cause serious disruptions. That's why CEE Elevator will set up a maintenance program to minimize or eliminate unnecessary downtime. During these pandemic times, your elevator needs to operate efficiently. With 24/7 service, CEE Elevator has offered the best customer service in the business for over 40 years now. Get a free quote at 905-428-8300 or visit ceeelevator.com.
Sean and Nina planned an upgrade to their home and needed to get the most from their current home. We can all relate in this current market. It's kind of crazy out there right now. They contacted Frank Leo and Associates of Remax to find out how Frank could help. Sean and Nina knew that they had a larger home with a finished basement that sold for just over $1 million. They hope to get as close to that as possible. Well, Frank's multi-million-dollar guaranteed home selling system was put into action.
An industry that accounts for just over 10% of global GDP. And according to the World Travel and Tourism Council, this industry accounts for 1 out of every 10 jobs around the world. Yeah, they really are staggering figures. It's affected so many, as Martha in West Java and Dipankar in Delhi know only too well.
Awal mulanya sih pasti karena aku sudah nggak bekerja di Garuda ya.
It all started when I stopped working for Garuda Airlines. I stopped being a flight attendant.
They won't feel bad if it's
Unfortunately, my contract at Garuda was 2 years. After those 2 years at Garuda, they would appoint me as a permanent employee. However, because of the pandemic, my contract in April last year ended just like that. So I worked at Garuda for really 2 years. They can't continue our contract. This is a pandemic, not a person, but at some point I just hated hearing the word COVID. I fought very hard to get into this company.
I used to handle tourists from different parts of the world, conducting tours in India. When the pandemic hit, it was a very tense situation because guests were also very anxious to go back. And then 24th March, I believe, the lockdown happened and everything was closed. And March, April, May, I got salary full. And then June, July, August, till November, it was a 50% that I used to get. But I was working from home. Then it was a very difficult and a very stressful situation. I have to, run the my expenses in half the salary. My focus was to generate my son's school fee. It was a tough time.
That was Dipankar in Delhi and also Martha in Java there. One of the worst hit countries has been the Seychelles. Almost everyone on this small island nation in the Indian Ocean lives off tourism. I spoke to Venu Gopal. He manages one of the largest food import companies on the island and is a member of the Seychelles Chamber of Commerce.
Seychelles is 100% import oriented. They generate revenues by export of fish and tourism. And tourism occupies almost 76% of their GDP.
So when the lockdowns happen in much of the West, it must have been absolutely disastrous for the Seychelles economy.
Exactly. January 2020, we had a tourism of 32,000 people, whereas in Jan 2021, we have 1,108, 3% of the total tourism.
How did businesses survive?
Majority of the businesses, government has given loans for private entities to sustain until the tourism builds it back. So this way, they have got some support. All the people working in tourism sector, all locals, local Seychelles were being paid the salaries until March 2021. In full.
Going forward, I mean, you will know from bookings made whether or not the tourists will start coming back now that the Seychelles is open again to tourism. What does it look like? I mean, does it look like people are going to start coming back?
It's very promising. Like, you know, the new properties, Club Med, which is one of the biggest property built up recently and opening on 2nd of April, where they have 63% occupancy, and Constant, one is the major room capacity in Seychelles, they got 60% occupancy. That means every year Easter is our biggest season, and this year, as the tourism is open for Easter, we are expecting some good figures. But this is going to be only for the month of April. From May, we don't have any guaranteed bookings. We have to wait and see after May what's going to happen again.
And I suppose it's all dependent on what happens with the vaccination programs out in the West and whether or not people in the West are even allowed to travel. I think we've seen this week in the UK, the government say that anyone who travels out of the UK for holidays is going to be fined £5,000, which is the equivalent of what, about $7,000 US?
Exactly, and I also came to know that the insurance companies are not going to cover, but Emirates, which is our major carrier, it has giving full insurance cover for COVID and whatever type of incident happened during this travel. So this is pulling some of the clients from Europe also.
What's the mood like? I mean, among people in the Seychelles who work in the tourism industry, how keen are you to see foreign tourists return? Because at the end of the day, it might bring business back, but it also brings back the risk of more COVID cases.
Yes. As long as we are all vaccinated, the local Seychelles population will not be affected much. If you ask me, at least 65 to 70%, they are willing for the borders to open so that the economy can get straight. But still 30% of population are against it. Reason, they're very much worried because Seychelles got very poor medical facilities compared to other part of the world.
I was speaking there to Venu Gopal in the Seychelles. Ricardo, these small island nations, so dependent on tourism, and Seychelles is not the only one, there is very little work outside the tourism sector on these kind of islands, isn't there?
That's real name.
Absolutely, and in many ways, they are the ones for whom uncertainty is larger moving forward, and especially that are going to take the longer to recover from the hit of this recession. As you said, they depend on tourism. It is hard to see how their economy could shift in the short run to do other things. And tourism is indeed the sector that seems to be taking longer to recover and that is more compromised by the actions of Western governments. You know, for decades, we have talked and discussed how important it was for Western governments to embrace free trade, to embrace the World Trade Organization, and did not put restrictions on trade of goods and commodities and agricultural products with emerging markets. That was, in many ways, the key secret behind the remarkable run of 30 years we've had now, where world inequality across countries has fallen to the lowest levels that it had had in centuries by allowing emerging markets, developing economies to export their goods, their agricultural products, and their commodities. At the same time, when it comes to services, we have not made as much progress in ensuring free trade, And in particular, during this pandemic, countries have awoken to a very nationalistic streak of closing their borders, of preventing people from leaving their borders, of having a very negative view towards tourism as something that we should simply clamp down to stop the virus. Perhaps that is legitimate, perhaps not, as one considers national security and health, but it has a devastating effect on countries like the Seychelles. And their only hope is that not only vaccination in advanced economies proceeds fast, but also, even as vaccination proceeds, that this a certain hysteria against traveling and against the threat from abroad, if you want, that comes with people leaving the UK or leaving the US or other countries abates a little as we move away from COVID.
Oluwatosin, for people working in the travel sector, they may be thinking right now that they have to retrain in something else. There has to be something else to do to replace the jobs that they lost. And as we heard Ricardo say, we don't know when the recovery will actually happen for tourism. What kind of advice would you give to someone working in the tourism sector right now?
There's a company in Nigeria, there's a travel company called Nigeria. They started investing in creating experiences for people within Nigeria, right? So they started creating, imagine during the pandemic, everybody stays in their home. They get tired of it. So they create nice, lovely apartments that they can just go have a staycation. So they're changing and they're reimagining the process. And that's what a lot of tourism companies need to start thinking about. Also, there's a new buzz now of virtual travel. How can you create a buzz around it? So basically just changing with the times, start leveraging more on staycation, start looking for local places that people can actually go to locally without necessarily leaving the country. Also, following and adhering to all the COVID measures.
Right, so a pivot towards more domestic tourism, and that's something that I've heard about from Husnatara Prakash in Calcutta too.
We have 2 boutique hotels, one in Calcutta, which is a city hotel, and one up in the sort of foothills of the Himalayas in Darjeeling. And we were pretty much house full in March when the lockdown started and all our international guests were flown home. So it was pretty drastic at both hotels because we still had a good month or 2 of the season to sort of get through. And then all that business dried up instantly. And
how did you shut down? Did you basically close down?
Yes, so on the TF state, we had to sort of, the international guests were flown home, so in effect, and then we went into lockdown in India.
Tourism. Wow.
Exactly. All right. Let's take a trip down to South Florida again, because that's where all the good stuff seems to always happen. Chaos unfolded at a Florida park last week when a driver was accused of slamming her car into a woman and child. ABC News 6 partner Local 10 News.
It was so long, I had to leave it there.
They looked into this. The driver took down a portion of a gate before driving into a playground and hitting a grandmother and her 3-year-old grandson. Thankfully, everyone is okay. Everyone is okay, according to ABC News 6 partner Local 10 News. According to records, Fedlin St. Phoenix? Fedlin
St. Felix.
Felix was behind the wheel of the vehicle that hit McLeod. She says she went to the park to settle an argument with another woman, and then she got emotional.
I was attempting to run her over. I'm not gonna lie with you. I was attempting to run her over, and then I see someone push her out the way.
Instead, McLeod says St. Felix came barreling towards her and her grandson, knocking down a gate in the process and driving into the park where kids were playing.
I was just running to my grandbaby at the time, and had I not picked him up, she would have ran completely over him, and he would have been under the car. As I'm picking him up, she's just hitting us both, and we just went flying over the car, and then finally we hit the ground.
This is McLeod's grandson's scooter before and after it was run over. St. Felix says she simply lost control of her car.
I was trying to find the brakes. I couldn't find the brakes, but I didn't mean to hit them. It was an accident, and I hope they're okay.
Excuse her, no. But she just said I was trying to run them over.
But I didn't mean to hit them.
Let's roll back the tape here.
I was attempting to run her over. I'm not gonna lie with you. I was attempting to run her over.
That's the kind of thing she said that as you realized, wait a minute, I'm probably going to have to talk to a judge. Let me roll that back. I didn't actually say that.
And then she was trying to run us over. I also like the part where the grandmother says, my grandson, Scooter at the time, no, my grandson at the time. Like, is not your grandson any longer? It was just your grandson at the time? Like, was there a divorce here, or did the DNA test come back negative? Like,
it's a different kid.
He was, not my grandson anymore. He was just my grandson at the time that the lady who wasn't really trying to run us over tried to run us over.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Featherline.
They still broadcast on
Such a weird. It's bad. It's sad, but thankfully they're okay. But it's the interviews that make that story so unbelievable.
Man, oh man, oh man. All right. Scooter. We'll be back in the shift.
In a way that they weren't 6 months ago. I think that
our health security and our economic security are at risk. The protection of nature raises the fundamental ethical issue.
Jesus.
No, that's no way to talk about me. I thought you were my friend.
We are your friends.
Not anymore, you're not. You or Dr. Chester or nobody. Well, I got me a wife now, and I don't need you. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. But I hope it isn't too late when we do, Obi. I hope you're still alive to see, too. I didn't know how Ella Mellish planned to do it, but she was a clever girl. And I was sure she had some way in mind to handle Opie Tater. What she didn't know, of course, was that he didn't have any money, and that she was wasting her talents on him. And I was afraid that when she failed, Mitch and Quaid had come back, and, well, this time they...
Tourism that was not talked about. Do you see that helping jobs in the domestic tourism industry in Africa and where you are in Nigeria?
In the head coach, the team will face Shandong Taishan FC on Saturday. Meantime, in the Asian World Cup qualifiers.
Asian World Cup. Wait, what?
Funds constantly, sometimes on a yearly basis, sometimes on a 2-year basis, but we all face the same issue. How do we deal with our used funds? Do we throw them away? Do we bury in a drawer and see that as the graveyard of our smartphones? So how do we
held together with rubber
deal with it? Just throw it away? Are there any better ways? This is the thing that we are going to deal with today. A recent survey found a majority of people support the establishment of more safe platforms for recycling and reusing cell phones.
She says she's glad to see the return of fans at the Masters 1000 tournament.
It definitely means a lot to me. For me, I think interacting with fans and just when I was a kid,
The 0.5% were worried about the leakage of personal information, and 47% felt the prices offered online by recyclers were too low. In addition, 37.5% felt they didn't know where recycled phones had gone and feared that they could harm the environment. Statistics from the China Household Electric Appliance Research Institute last year showed that in 2019 alone, about 289 million smartphones were discarded as useless in China, amounting to about 57,800 metric tons of electronics. But now, to deal with outdated, unused cell phones has been a concern for many people, especially the young people who have bought mobile phones more frequently in pursuit of the latest versions with new functions and better user experiences. The China Youth Daily survey also found that about 70% of respondents have at least 2 cell phones that are left unused. I see, left unused. They must be really rich. Anyways, you just said something from the bottom of your heart, something going on in your mind, and you just said it. Yeah, I agree with this survey. Yeah, lots of people, they love the digital gadgets. They just want to buy more and more, and some of them just put it away without using it and dump the old ones. Yeah, I guess so. Very bad habit. 60% said they treat the unused ones as backups, and 45% gave unused phones to their parents or other elderly family members. Only 29% chose to sell or recycle mobile phones through online second-hand goods or cell phone recycling shops. And that's according to the survey, with 26% leaving the unused phones at home and gradually forgetting about them. They still have to think about them one day when they just open the drawer and found, oh, okay, 6 unused phones. How do I treat them? Yeah, about the 24 schemes aimed at improving.
How did the Beijing theater business
Learn about Chinese culture and allow it to go to international catwalks. Meanwhile, at another show, designs integrate Sun brocade, an intangible cultural heritage of China. The pieces blend elements of beauty from the traditional and the modern. Many audience members like seeing clothes reflecting Chinese heritage.
There were no dots over that
This
old.
fashion week mostly presents clothes by Chinese designers, and there are many Chinese elements included. This is very refreshing.
For a long time, when we talked about fashion shows, we looked at those in the Western world. They've done a very good job in terms of innovation, but here the industry is still in its infancy. People are still exploring, and the industry is immature. I have high expectations for designs with Chinese elements, and I look forward to seeing heartening works in the future.
China Fashion Week will run until the end of March in Beijing.
That was Zhang Mengyuan reporting. Some Chinese youngsters are going against the grain when it comes to personal style as they fill up their wardrobes with vintage pieces. Wang Mengjie reports.
What you wear says a lot about who you are. China's younger generation are eager not to be wearing the same outfit as everybody else. That's leading to the comeback of vintage clothing. Vintage can be classified as a culturally significant item ranging from 20 to 99 years in age, worthy of being collected.
That encompasses the 90s.
Not all second-hand stuff is vintage. Real vintage represents value. It's a classic culture that can be inherited between generations.
Ripped t-shirts.
But facing a rapid rise in demand, some thick vintage items have appeared on the market.
We sellers need to introduce real vintage, and buyers need to improve their ability to identify fake items.
Petition we are to the neighborhood, as well as we were approached by 2 news channels in Buffalo, so we were able to be present on the news, and that brought a lot of people in. That was just really great, just to shine light in such a negative time, but to also, show people that there's something new to check out instead of staying in on the weekends or during the week. So yeah, we definitely got out there.
Was that the story you started 5 minutes ago when you were a kid? Holy shit, this is going to be the snuffly guy.
Goals may be ambitious, but that's very much needed. Slovakia supports EU biodiversity strategy for 2030. Balance and selfishness with responsibility and true will. And let's do it now.
I thank the President of the Slovak Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Hungary to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is my honor to introduce the pre-recorded message by the President of Hungary, His Excellency János Áder. I thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we all know that biological diversity is declining on the planet at a pace which is without precedent since the fifth wave of mass extinction 65 million years ago. We all know that sustainable development doesn't exist without biological diversity and natural services. We all know that human welfare and the status of nature's health are closely related. We all know what is at stake is not only preserving our natural environment, but also the future of the human species. We all know this, and we have known this for a long time.
Well, hold on.
Political decisions have been made on several occasions in the past to stop further degradation.
On preserving biodiversity.
Yet the situation today is even more tragic than ever.
Causing the most damage
Many
to
see
humans,
saving emblematic plants and species as a means to stopping the decline of biological diversity.
Genocide.
This is what the media conveys to us. We know the alarming stories of the white rhino, the snow leopard, the giant turtles, or orangutans.
Rhino, you cocksuckers.
These are stories that are graphic and arouse our emotions.
I think if you could understand what was
But
at
what
stake.
is the life of an insect worth? For example, the life of a pollinator bee, which during its entire lifespan gathers only a single coffee spoonful of honey.
Really?
Perhaps the gloomy prediction of Einstein that if bees become extinct, humanity will follow them 4 years later is an exaggeration. It is sure that if the clearly evident extinction of pollinator insects continues, then we will have to say goodbye to half of all the foodstuff we consume today, while at the same time, we will have to feed an extra 2 billion people during the next 30 years. But what is the life of the so-called mycorrhiza, a fungus growing on plant roots in the soil? We know even less about this than about bees, despite the fact that these fungi can be considered to be the internet of soil. Without them, the nutrition absorption capacity of plants declines and soil quality decreases. And we are witnessing the silent extinction of root fungi in the soil in most regions of the world, and there are many other examples. We should finally acknowledge that we do not have the right to destroy sensitively balanced natural systems which have developed over several million years. We have no right to destroy the life chances of our children and grandchildren. It is our moral imperative to change. Many have been warning for a long time about the decline of biological diversity. We do not have time to lose until the Biodiversity Conference in May 2021. I offer the motto of Ernest Hemingway for the work that awaits us in the coming months. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or
one-stop shop for total car care. Oil change starting at $29.95, or a seasonal tire changeover starting at $49.95. Plus, you can buy now and pay later with our financing options. Book your appointment at Meineke.ca. Terms and conditions apply. Engine, brakes, tires, oil. Meineke, doing car care right.
Oh no, I chipped my diamond.
Spence will replace it.
Oh no, I cracked my diamond.
Spence will replace it.
Oh no, I lost my diamond.
Spence Diamonds will replace it. Every time. If you lose, chip, or crack your Spence Diamond from its original setting, we'll replace it at no extra charge.
Okay, when's the fast-talking lawyer coming in?
No fast-talking lawyer. As long as you bring in your ring for annual inspections, we've got you covered. Guaranteed for a lifetime.
That's a long time.
Lifetimes usually are. Spence Diamonds. Find us in Vaughan, Scarborough, and Mississauga. See you in store for full details.
While the road to a successful and happy just ask Kelvin the money guy for some advice. He can take the confusion out of investment so that RRSPs, TF
Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
We believe in a greater Toronto. This is CFMJ Global News Radio 640 Toronto, a Chorus Entertainment Company.
This is Global News. I'm Skylar Peters. Prime Minister Justin Trudeau says he understands how Canadians might be confused about the continually changing advice on the use of Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine. But Trudeau told a virtual Ottawa news conference Monday that all vaccines being offered to Canadians are safe for use.
The bottom line for Canadians is
Sean, you can do it now.
the right vaccine for you to take is the very first vaccine that you are offered. The more we get Canadians vaccinated quickly and safely, the quicker we'll be able to get back to a semblance of normality.
Federal health officials Monday advised against using the AstraZeneca vaccine on Canadians under 55 years of age temporarily until cases of vaccine recipients in Europe contracting blood clots can be examined. Health Canada stresses that no blood clot cases have been reported in Canada. Now that comes as COVID-19 variants are driving up case numbers across the country. Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Teresa Tam says new daily cases have grown by 1,000 over the past week. Confirmed variant infections have almost doubled in the last week. Her warning comes as Canada's promised spring supply of COVID-19 vaccines is growing. The country's now in line to get more than 44 million doses before Canada Day. That's not including the Johnson & Johnson shipment. It should mean all adults over 18 will be offered a vaccine faster. Energy ministers from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Ontario have joined forces to urge Michigan's governor to reconsider her shutdown of Enbridge's Line 5, a key cross-border pipeline. Governor Gretchen Whitmer has ordered the 65-year-old pipeline shut down because it crosses the Straits of Mackinac, a sensitive area of the Great Lakes. The provinces want Ottawa to join Enbridge in its court challenge to get the order reversed. It was the second day of testimony in the murder trial of a white Minneapolis police officer charged in the death of a black man in Minneapolis.
Witnesses at the trial in Minneapolis described being kept back by police and their feeling of helplessness and growing anger as they pleaded with Derek Chauvin to take his knee off of George Floyd's neck.
It's not what I should have done. It's what he should have done.
18-year-old Darnella Frazier was one of several witnesses who cried as she testified.
It wasn't right. He was suffering.
The prosecution buttressed their testimony with multiple videos, some of which had never been seen before.
Bro, are you serious?
Audio from the trial was provided by Court TV. I'm Jennifer King.
And SpaceX and Virgin Galactic are both moving closer to launching ordinary folks into space.
In South Texas Tuesday, a test launch of another SpaceX Starship prototype went well, but the craft blew up as it was trying to land back at the launch site. SpaceX launch commentator John Insprucker.
Another exciting test, as we say.
Elon Musk later tweeting, at least the crater is in the right place. Virgin Galactic, owned by British billionaire Richard Branson, rolled out its newest spacecraft.
The first of a new class of vehicles, the Spaceship 3 class. And we've named it VSS Imagine.
CEO Michael Colgazer says it will likely be summer before that ship undergoes glide flight testing over southern New Mexico. I'm Tim McGuire.
In sports, Asbury Kotkaniemi had the game's opening goal just 18 seconds into the first period, and the Montreal Canadiens owned the remaining 59-plus minutes as well. They beat the Edmonton Oilers 4-0. That was the only game in the NHL's North Division on Tuesday night. Over on the hardcourt in NCAA men's basketball tournament action, the 11th seed UCLA Bruins are moving on to the Final Four. They defeated top-seeded Michigan 51-49. From the Global News Desk, I'm Skylar.
Who did it, man?
Well, if you bring him to, maybe we'll find out.
No, not this man. He's bleeding to death, man. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Can you tell how it happened, Doc? I mean, where the bullet went in?
Oh, you don't need a doctor for that, man. His gun's still in his holster.
Well, maybe somebody outdrew him.
Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. Let me see here. It couldn't have been much of a fight, Matt. He was shot in the back. The bullet came out right here. Bleeding. Can you get him to talk, Doc? Oh, he's too far gone, man. Well, there's nothing anybody can do for him now that makes a man feel pretty helpless. To stand here and watch somebody bleed to death? Yeah. Probably doesn't even know who shot him. Yeah, maybe not. But he'd know who might want to. Every time there's a new moon, somebody gets murdered around here. We'll get through. Ah, here comes his brother. What happened, Marshal? How is he? He's unconscious, Joe. He's dying. You don't know what you can for him, Doc? There isn't anything I can do, Joe. The bullet went through his lung. Marshal, I can't understand it. Who'd shoot him down like this? Well, I was hoping you might have an idea, Joe. My brother ain't got an enemy in the whole country. Never heard of him.
Sorry.
189 left to conquer before I'm Empire of the World. Can you tell I'm a New Zealander from my hi? Hi.
I think so.
Hi, I'm in.
So I think you've got a good balance of the Canadian and the Kiwi still. I think so. I think you've got to figure it out.
Well, okay, my uncle is the ultimate confuser because he lived in Ottawa. He's a born and bred Kiwi, but he lived in Ottawa for 40 years. So he's got the real like Canadian mixed Kiwi accent, eh? Like he's like, oh, Chris, this movie is mega quality. It's such a mega great movie, eh? Like you should go watch it, eh? It's like the weirdest thing you've ever heard in your life. Where's the guy, eh?
Where's the cat? Hey, Matt, can you help us understand the difference between, if you're in Australia versus if you're in New Zealand? Because sometimes people don't understand that, they are two separate countries, two separate islands. Can you help us understand the difference between them, Maddie, please?
Don't do it, Maddie.
I brought this on myself. Well, so yeah, the real simple way to put it is Australians are like, where's the car? And New Zealanders like, where's the car? Or in the case of Chris's uncle, where's the car, eh?
So that clarifies all of it.
Can I put this to bed for once and for all? Like, do you actually know the difference between a New Zealand and an Australian accent, and would everyone like to know? Please.
I thought we just did that, but sure, okay, if you feel like you can add.
No, that is not it. Okay, so New Zealand accent, and like this is for the audience as well, because they're not the same. It's like saying a Canadian and American accent is the same. I mean, so often in New Zealand, I would bump into people and be like, oh, so where in the States are you from? And they'd be like, oh, Winnipeg. And I'd be like, oh, I'm so sorry. So, like, if you don't want to have that embarrassing encounter, then you would say, hey, sorry that I got the country wrong. Not sorry you're from Winnipeg. But if you don't want to have that same embarrassing encounter, then New Zealanders, all the vowel sounds are the sound. So R-E-L-O-U. So like fish and chips are pretty great on the beach, right? So that's New Zealand.
Say that again. Whoa.
Yeah, one more time. Fish and chips on the beach is a pretty great thing to do. Like that's the ultimate New Zealand accent. Whereas the Australian accent, all the vowel sounds are E. R-E-L-O-U. There's E. So Sydney is a pretty great place to live, eh? That's Australia.
Can you do the back-to-back with the ah and the E?
Okay. I will say I'm not a jukebox, but for you, Shay, fish and chips are pretty great to have a good old brolly and a fish and chips on the beach, eh? And Sydney's a pretty great place to live, eh? That's Australia and New Zealand back-to-back. Beautiful.
Okay, now
So you can never get it wrong. You can't get it wrong now. One is ah and one is E. So there you go.
So where's the cat?
Possible biodiversity. It's horrible. They want us to fucking not know anything.
We adopt measures which will allow us to achieve a vision of living in harmony with nature by the year 2050. In Colombia, we wish this framework to be effective. We wish to see the post-COVID-19 economic recovery process be green and just, and we wish to ensure that we can move forward with the achievement of the SDGs. To do that, we need to embrace 5 commitments. We need to ensure, first of all, that 30% of the land and marine area of the globe is has protected status by 2030. We need to embrace sustainable patterns of production and consumption in the sectors with greatest environmental impact. Third, we must incorporate biodiversity in the planning and management of all productive sectors and at all levels of government. 4, we need to commit to nature-based solutions as cost-effective tools to preserve biodiversity. At the same time, such tools create jobs and stimulate economic growth. 5, we must leverage greater resources from all sources to protect and promote biodiversity. In Colombia, biodiversity is a strategic asset found across the nation. In our fight against deforestation, for example, we have successfully reduced between 2018 and 2019 deforestation by 20%, and we formed the Coalition for the Prohibition of Deforestation. We have planted 35 million trees of a goal of 180 million. We want to plant 180 million trees by 2050. We want to move forward with a
and that like okay, it's just me again, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I know I love it, man. Scalp massage is the best part. I didn't know it was so erotic that you were getting.
Very long ago, interviewed a young woman, Mia Khalifa, who became, unfortunately for her, an internet sensation when she was filmed performing sex acts with men as a very young woman, aged 21, wearing hijab. She's of Lebanese-American extraction. She deeply regrets what she did, but she described to me why she agreed.
I guess I perused it was hijab. I would have thought to type that in. Never would have thought to type that in. Damn.
To my great-grandfather, it was a very expensive passion. If you take the Forest 1911 expedition on its own, in today's money, my great-grandfather spent £400,000 funding that expedition on its own.
Oh, Siri.
The most famous plant hunter in Britain at the time, George Forrest, headed up the expedition. They set off from southwestern China's Yunnan province, a treasure trove of botanical wonders. Based in Tongchong, Forrest organized several large forays to survey and collect plants, duly recording their characteristics and the locations and types of terrain in which they were found. The camellias Forrest found were unknown in Britain. The specimens he sent persuaded J.C. Williams that Forrest had found a lost paradise of camellias.
Most ventures is food crops. You guys are over the flowers and shit. You can't eat those flowers. Tell me what animal eats those flowers?
Yunnan has long been home to the finest camellias. The magnificent displays that amazed Forrest were commonplace to the Yunnan natives.
I think we should all mourn the loss of it, because, like, when is something this good going to happen?
How did you know it was her? She was wearing...
I think it's not. I think we're going to remember very fondly the big boy, and I hope he gets stuck in many more crevets,
canals,
gorges, valleys, canals, and various other V-shaped geographic places. Yeah. Yeah. So, R.I.P. to the big boy. He is floating again. That is what I have to say on the Suez Canal. Do you want to talk about mullets?
The mullet?
Yes. The mullet. Yeah. Maddie, I am so stoked you're filling in for this story, because when I read the story or heard the story, I was like, oh, like, this is the perfect story to talk to Matt and crew about. And I was very surprised when you picked up my my voice today, and you were like, hello, it's Matt. But so the mullet, classic look. Has anyone here ever had a mullet?
You don't want to hear that.
Of the status of Peru as a mega diverse country.
Peru is the source and laboratory of very important crops for global food production. And so this is a heavy responsibility that forces us to undertake ambitious actions aimed at preserving our biodiversity. Along these lines, we would like to highlight the fact that we have joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and Peoples.
That's got to be a record.
I'd like to mention our efforts to ensure the financial sustainability of our national system of protected natural areas, as well as the process underway to establish new protected marine areas, such as the proposal of the Nazca Dorsal National Reserve that we hope to be able to establish by the end of this year. Second point is our firm conviction that only effective multilateral action will make it possible to tackle the increasing loss of biodiversity based on urgent actions of the entire international community. Peru has exercised regional leadership for the benefit of the Amazon rainforest and its biodiversity. That was reaffirmed recently during the second presidential summit of the Leticia Pact, and have included actions that such as combating deforestation and environmental crimes, the reduction of risks of natural disasters, especially forest fires, and strengthening the participation and benefit sharing by local communities. And the third point is the acknowledgement of the intrinsic interdependence between biodiversity, society, and development. This requires the necessary balance between the search for human well-being and a productive
that chewed through the wrapper into the Mars bars, and he said, "Look, it went straight through the caramel, straight into the nougat," and I just like fell over laughing. Straight into the nougat went straight through the caramel into the nougat, eh? And I was just like, straight through the caramel into the nougat. Yeah. I said, I'm sorry, the Canadian is off the charts right now. I need to go outside and just like dive into the snow to cool myself down. What was I talking about? What was the story? Oh, mullets. Mullets. Oh, yeah, bud. Yeah, oh, yeah, buddy. I had a bowl cut when I was a kid. I actually remember my mum getting the metal bowl out, putting it on my head, and getting the scissors and doing child abuse to me. Yeah. And I walked around with not a mullet, a bowl cut for many years until I learned to think for myself. But yeah, the mullet is a Australian tradition. Oh, dear. It's part of their heritage, it's part of their culture, and it's been banned. Banned? No. They're quite honestly Philistines and Luddites in Australia, of low culture and obviously low class, and elite, probably Catholic schools at Trinity College, who are trying to ban the mullet from their hallowed halls. I have the story open in front of me in one of these tabs that I'm opening. God, that's not that story. Kill time. Here we are. An elite private boys' school in Western Australia has banned the mullet hairstyle after deeming the hairdo, quote, not acceptable. Trinity College in Perth outlined their ban on the retro haircut in its recent newsletter. This is what the newsletter said. It is without reservation that the college sets clear requirements that ensure health and safety. I don't know how a mullet goes against health and safety.
It's all the machinery in the
maybe
shop.
it's an eyesore. How? No.
Because they can be looking deadly.
Nice. Oh, yeah. Nice. Oh, nice. There was a sick burn. As well as setting a higher standard for personal presentation, usually states. The current trend of growing the hair at the back of the head and or closely cropping the sides of the head to accentuate the mullet style are untidy, non-conventional, and non-acceptable at Trinity College, as is the trend of long hair and fringes. This is the thing I don't like about this college, right? On page 18 of the college student diary, they also don't allow fringes, anything below the collar or anything below the eyebrows, which I think is terrible. The school stated that the hairstyle should be of a conservative nature and cut above the collar. Students are not permitted to have mullets, red tails, top knots, mohawks, extra long fringes, or any other non-conventional styles, the rules read. Yeah, so I mean, they're attacking. I personally feel like this is an attack on Australian heritage. But I suppose there are people out there who want to see the mullet go. So I don't know. What do you think?
Never. No. Everybody wants to keep the mullet. The mullet is a thing of beauty. It's like a passage into your own self-expression. I mean, you get the mullet, your friends burn you a few times, then you give up.
Are in today. So I believe that it's very important for parents and educators to talk to our younger generations about this situation and about sex and about porn, and to explain to them that
I just gotta know.
Diversity. We need strict, mandatory, and accessible global rules. Switzerland fully endorses the call of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People to protect 30% of our planet's surface on land and on sea for biodiversity by 2030. In this context, Switzerland has decided to enhance the protection of its soil. By 2050, we intend to stop the spread of settlements. In other words, we have a fixed and net zero goal for land use change.
Wait, what?
Next year, we will adopt a new global framework at the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. I am confident that this framework will encourage all actors both to conserve natural ecosystems and to sustainably manage our use of the environment and curb pollution. We have to work hard.
We got a bamboo pole around 6 meters long and climbed to the treetop. Then we lowered a tape measure from the bottom of the bamboo pole to measure it. We found the tree was over 24 meters, almost 25. I was delighted because this was almost 6 meters over the previous record. I called Mr. Wang Zhonglang right away to give him the news. He responded, "Are you sure?" I said, "Yes, I'm standing right next to it."
Measured and remeasured by botanists several times, the monopetalous wild camellia, more than 200 years old, was finally confirmed at 28.1 meters high, the highest in the world, according to the Guinness World Records. Every new record is a new discovery. But discovery is only a start. Learning about them is the ultimate purpose for people today, just as in...
God damn it. Shit.
6 meters long and climbed to the treetop. Then we lowered a tape measure from the bottom of the bamboo pole to measure it. We found the tree was over 24 meters, almost 25. I was delighted because this was almost 6 meters over the previous record. I called Mr. Wang Zhonglang right away to give him the news.
The mullets are great. I do wonder that if the mullet really had an aura, like what the aura of a mullet would be. I asked Mika, my partner, like, what do you think the aura of a mullet is? And she said brown. It's a great answer.
Exactly.
It's just brown.
Warm brown.
All right, let's listen to the rest of the story.
An 80s staple was once the domain of rockers, rugby league, and footy's greatest goalkeeper.
Well, it's a pleasure to watch at the moment.
3 decades on, even the links are lush with locks.
That's what you wanted to see me about, Philip. Well, I was going to tell you I changed my mind about all I was saying out there in the street a while ago. But now, no, sir. You know, maybe I ought to lock you up right now. You can't lock me up. I didn't have nothing to do with it. Nothing to do with what? I mean, I ain't done nothing. You can't lock a man up for talking. Ah, that's not what you meant. Would you arrest Fly, Marshal? He's killed 2 people now. Chester? Yes, sir. How long has Joe been here?
Why, he come in just before you did.
What are you talking about? What difference it make? I had a talk with Kitty, Joe. She told me about you and Holly. What? Holly didn't keep secrets very well. She told Kitty how you made her lie about who killed Dave and how you set it up for her to get him into the alley. Me? Why didn't get hit fast enough in Holly's room a while ago, Joe? He saw who did it. No. Tell him who it was, Fly. Now go on, tell
the
him.
streets and alleys. And
What?
Well, it was him, Joe Thorpe.
Oh, what are you? You might as well admit it. What were you doing? Stealing money out of you and your brother's hide business? Would you? You ain't gonna put me in jail. I don't care if I did kill him. No, you okay, Chester?
Yes, sir. I held his arm so he couldn't get his gun up. It went off right on the floor there.
Well, you did fine. You might have killed somebody else otherwise.
Marshal,
What?
I don't understand this. I didn't see him in Holly's room. I said I did just because I figured you wanted me to.
Well, I did want you to, Fly.
Did Holly really tell Kitty about how Joe killed his brother and all?
Nah. Holly didn't talk to anybody about that. That or the fact that she was in thick with Joe.
Well, how'd you know then?
I didn't. But when he said he didn't have anything to do with it, I got an idea and decided to chance bluffing him. If he hadn't panicked, he'd probably have been okay.
You just made it all up, huh?
Yeah. But I made it up right. That's what happened.
Mighty poor man who'll shoot his own brother, ain't it?
His own brother and a woman.
He put in here, got by with his Marshal.
Yeah, but when he picked you to blame it on, he picked the wrong man, Fly. You know, there are a lot of men I don't suppose I'd have believed. But that was his big mistake.
If you do 2
I believed you.
smoke in a row, you shouldn't be allowed to play.
Well, I swear. Marshal, wait till I get home and tell him about a Kansas lawman I met.
Call the station.
Nobody will ever believe me again.
Time you start gun smoking. You have to learn how to play some Well, they'll understand.
And now our star, William Conrad. Friends, the fact that L&M filters are sweeping the country is one good reason why I'd like to talk to you filter smokers who haven't tried them yet. L&M's Miracle Tip is the first filter that really does the job, and you'll like the way it draws. Besides that, L&M's give you a really good-tasting smoke. They're just what the doctor ordered.
You got like 6
L&M's,
right now. No,
king size and regular,
instead of vocal
both
cords,
at
you
the
just
same
have 2
low price. Try
Move the vocal
L&M
cords so the tumors
today.
have room to grow and breathe, right? Oh, Jesus.
You know, there's a massive storm and lightning strikes, and your, lightning bursts a hole in your ceiling, and rain starts coming through, and you don't want to fix it. You look at the hole, and you say, she'll be right.
I lived in a house like that.
Dr. Dan texted in and said, go ahead, finish your thought.
I was saying you could give her something tomorrow, but for the time being, she'll be right.
She'll be right. She'll be right. Trucker Dan said, in order to earn a mullet, you have to drive a 78 Trans Am with a bumper hitch and a CB whip.
I don't know what any of these things mean.
I didn't spend enough time in Canada, clearly.
Clearly.
Okay, so
I have to
FUBAR
come back.
is on your diet this week. You need a good dose of FUBAR. All right.
Okay, is it a movie?
New
Is it
Zealand right
something?
now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna watch it, and I'm gonna the whole segment next week is just gonna be my review of.
Oops.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
They closed down the
You're
Chinese
listening to Chin
restaurant,
Radio
damn it.
AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, the breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King, on, you Huskies! Gold discovered in the Yukon. A stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush. With Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog Yukon King as they meet the challenge of the Yukon.
Not today. Bird Girl, new series Sunday. Slam! On Adult Swim. Also
Try this first thing tomorrow. Treat yourself to the breakfast cereal shot from guns. That's the one and only Quaker Puffed Wheat or Quaker Puffed Rice. Just pour out a bowl full, crisp and fresh right from the big red and blue package. Add milk or cream, top with your favorite fruit, and dive in. See if you ever tasted anything so swell as these giant king-size kernels of premium wheat or rice shot from guns. Yes, tomorrow morning, enjoy this breakfast treat. Quaker Puffed Rice or Quaker Puffed Wheat. The girl held her mount to a trot as the trail began to climb. She was watching the opening of the canyon high above, when suddenly 3 men rode out of the woods at the side of the trail. Their faces were covered by bandanas.
Knives in your hand with your guns so you can cut them.
Where do you think you're going?
Up to the canyon.
Maybe you haven't heard. The canyon's a mighty unhealthy place.
What do you mean by that?
That's what I said.
Oh, wait, I won't go any farther. I'll turn around and go back.
We could use your horse, boss. Yeah, it's better than this cayuse.
This horse doesn't belong to me.
Then you won't lose anything when we take it.
You can't. How would I get back to town?
Walk. There. It's downhill. It'll only take you a couple of hours.
I won't let you have it.
Won't. You better get out of that saddle fast. Wait a minute. You're new in Gold Flats.
Yes.
What's your name?
What difference does that make?
Answer me.
It's Ann Conway.
Conway? Yeah, I thought it might be. Well, that changes our plans. You're not going back to town at all.
Oh, yes, I am.
Hey, look at the girl wheeled her horse and started down the trail. The movement was so sudden that the outlaws were taken by surprise.
You should have stabbed the first one.
Then they started after her. But in that instant, a volley of shots rang out from the wooded hillside, the bullets kicking up the dust in front of their mounts.
Quick, the other side of the trail. Make for cover. Get up.
The outlaws turned off, urging their horses up the bank until they had gained the cover of the trees. As they disappeared from view, the shooting stopped. Lower down on the twisting, turning trail, the girl was urging her mount to its greatest speed, and it was not until she had reached level ground that she drew rein. For a moment, she thought that she was safe, and then she heard hoofbeats close behind. A man riding a chestnut stallion raced around a bend and swept down on her. Before she could get her own mount started again, the chestnut was ranging alongside, and the rider had grabbed the bridle.
Run,
the one of the men who stopped me.
That's right. I'm the one who stopped them from coming after you.
Those shots.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't realize. I thought they were shooting at me.
You're all right?
Yes. I suppose I should thank you.
No need. But I want to warn you. You shouldn't be riding this trail alone.
Why not?
You have to be told after what happened.
I'm going to report what happened to the Northwest Mounted Police. They'll see that those crooks are captured.
Until they are, you better take my advice.
As a matter of fact, Mr. What's your name?
Does a name matter?
Well, mine seems to. When I told them who I was, they were going to take me prisoner.
And your name must be Conway.
It is. And how did you guess that?
You and your brother own the old mine up in the canyon. At least you'll own it for the next 2 weeks.
We'll own it for longer than that.
You're going to start working it again?
Yes. That's why my brother and I have come here.
I see.
How do you know so much about it?
It's general knowledge your uncle left you the mine. It's also well known it hasn't been in operation for nearly a year. In 2 more weeks, the canyon becomes government property again.
Not if the mine has worked.
No. But can't you see it might be to the interest of certain people to prevent the mine from being worked? People who would like to stake claims up there.
You, for instance?
No. No, my business isn't prospecting.
Perhaps you don't have any business.
Perhaps.
You're being very mysterious. Why?
I'm sorry. That is my business.
Oh. Well, I can only assure you that I'm not interested. I want to thank you, of course. But as for your advice, to keep away from our own property, I'm going to refer that to the police.
At once?
Yes.
Well, we probably won't be seeing each other again. Too bad.
I'm beginning to understand.
Are you?
You're in the same class with those others.
Am I?
It looks that way to me. I've said thank you. Now, is it all right for me to say goodbye?
If you want to leave, why not?
Goodbye. Get up, boys. Get up.
The girl rode back to town, left her horse at the livery stable, and walked down the main street to the hotel. She found her brother in the lobby checking through some papers, and she told him the story of her encounter on the trail. When she had finished,
I asked you not to go up there without me, Anne.
You were busy with a lawyer, and I have to find out what condition the house is in before I'll know what to buy.
You could have waited until tomorrow.
What's the difference, Ned? They simply have stopped both of us. Those men don't want us in the canyon. The question is, what are we going to do about it? How can we get word to the Northwest Mounted?
That's easy.
How?
There's a couple of Mounties coming in the door. We're in luck. Come on.
Let's stop here for supper, Harry, and we'll go on. That suits me. You think you'd rather camp out and spend the night in a hotel, wouldn't you, boy?
Sergeant.
Yes?
I'm Ned Conway, and this is my sister, Anne.
I'm Sergeant Preston, and this is Constable Burton.
How do you do? How are you? I'd like to report a holdup, Sergeant.
Hold up.
Yes. 3 masked men stopped my sister on the canyon trail about an hour ago.
Let's go in the dining room where it's quiet. This way, please. All right. You have your notebook, Harry?
Yes.
You can describe the men, Miss Conway?
Fairly well.
They won't be serving supper for another half hour. No one will disturb us in here. If you'll sit down, Miss Conway.
Thank you.
Now then, from the beginning, please. Tell us exactly what happened.
once more Anne told her story, and Constable Burton made notes on her descriptions of the men. When the sergeant heard of their reaction to Anne's name, he questioned Ned closely about the ownership of the mine and his plans for working it. Then he let Anne go on with the description of her escape.
Well, I wasn't going to let them take me prisoner without at least trying to get away. I wheeled my horse around and started down the trail. I only had a little start. I heard them coming after me, and then I heard shots.
The outlaws were shooting at you?
No, someone was shooting at them from the side of the trail. Well, that stopped them. And then later on, this other man caught up with me.
What other man?
Well, the man who had done the shooting. Well, of course, he grabbed the bridle of my horse and pulled him up, but he only wanted to tell me how dangerous the trail was. I wouldn't have been able to escape if it hadn't been for him. What's funny?
Nothing. It's a little strange how things work out, that's all. Perhaps I can describe him.
Really?
Slightly over 6 foot.
He was in the saddle. I don't know how tall.
Curly hair, small scar above his right eye.
Why, yes. You know him?
Constable Burton and I are looking for him.
I see.
Well, wait until it's dark before we go after them, Harry. They must be either in or near the canyon. They'll be able to see us coming up the trail while it's still light.
That sounds okay to me.
You can leave the matter in our hands, Conway. I promise you, no outlaws are going to stop you from working your mine.
That's fine, Sergeant.
But you and your sister had better stay right here until you get word from us the canyon's safe.
Don't worry. We don't want anything to do with crooks, do we, sis?
I should say not. Although, well, it was only the masked man who did anything wrong.
You've given us all the information we need, Miss Conway. We'll find them, and if we manage to catch them tonight, we'll report to you tomorrow.
The sergeant and the constable waited until it was dark before they saddled their horses and rode out of town. King trotted along at his master's side. He had watched the two men checking their guns, and their low, earnest talk told him this was a duty assignment. There might be danger ahead. King's sensitive nose searched the night wind for any possible threat. The sergeant watched him constantly.
King will let us know whenever we get near a camp. He's a great dog.
But all the way up the trail, King could find nothing wrong, and the opening of the canyon was reached without any trouble. There was no moon, but the stars shed enough light for them to make out the opening of the mine and the rambling log cabin near it.
Hold on, King. Oh, easy now. Steady. We'll leave the horses here, Harry.
It's a good idea. It must be rocky inside the canyon. There's no sense in letting them know we're coming.
There may not be in the canyon.
Cabin would make a good hideout.
The mine would be better. I don't see any lights in the cabin. Let's go. On guard, King.
The cabin was choked with underbrush, and only the trail gave easy access to the mine and the cabin. But the sergeant chose to keep close to the cliff wall. Their progress up the canyon was slow. They had covered less than 100 yards when King stopped.
What's the matter, boy?
King turned and looked back at the opening of the canyon.
Someone must be coming.
Yes, they're riding hard.
Shall we try to stop him?
No, we'll see where he goes.
Sergeant, that's someone from town.
How do you know? I couldn't make out his face at all.
When I went to get our horses at the livery stable in town, I noticed that white horse. It belongs to the owner.
What about the rider?
Well, I don't know. Norman's a much bigger man.
He could have rented the horse. Who has business up here this time of night?
He stopped in front of the cabin.
Yes. There he goes inside. What? He dropped to the ground.
I thought I saw someone else in the door.
Come on, ready with your gun.
We'll continue our story in just a moment. Man, oh man, it seems like one thing you can't be sure of is weather these days. Boy,
If you ask me.
You? Hey, I didn't see you come in.
Oh?
Who are you?
I am the weatherman.
Weatherman?
You're
Oh, boy, you're the fellow that can tell me.
Me?
Sure. What's the weather going to be like tomorrow morning?
Well, it depends.
Huh? Well, what's it going to be like? Sunshiny, rainy, hot, or what?
Could be.
Well, look, can't you tell me for sure?
Young man, speaking off the record, that is, you can be sure of only one thing tomorrow morning.
And what's that?
Hot, rainy, or sunshiny day. I say nothing makes a day like a breakfast of Quaker puffed wheat or Quaker puffed rice with milk or cream and fruit.
Oh, you go for the breakfast cereals of wheat or rice shot from guns.
Do I? I eat a big bowlful every morning. Summer, fall, winter, or spring.
Regardless of the weather, huh?
You bet. They help supply food energy the year round.
Right. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice furnish extra food values of restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron.
Yeah? They're good for you.
They're G-O-O-D, good, period. Remember, Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice are shot from guns to make them crisp and tender. Yes, these king-size kernels are actually exploded up to 8 times normal size to make them bigger and better tasting. They're shot through and through with bang-up nut-like flavor, too. Ask Mom to get both kinds. Eat the wheat one time, rice the next. Quaker puffed wheat and Quaker puffed rice. Shot from guns. Now to continue our story. As the sergeant and Constable Burton were making their way up the canyon to the Conway mine, a man rode past them, They saw him dismount in front of the cabin, and a moment later he cried out and dropped to the ground. The sergeant and the constable hurried toward him.
I swear there's someone inside that cabin.
Keep a close watch on the windows. I'm going to see how badly this man's hurt.
Shall I go inside?
No, not yet. Just watch the windows.
How is he?
Alive. Someone cracked him over the head. Harry.
What?
This is Ned Conway.
Whoever's inside hit him. King sniffing at the door.
Whoever's inside there's a friend.
Friend?
King would be growling if he weren't. I'll see. Open in the name of the Queen.
Sergeant Preston. And King.
Jim Stewart.
Yes, and who's that with you? Don't tell me I knocked out one of your men.
Friend of ours, anyway. I'll bring him inside.
Hello, Constable. Hello, Jim. We knew you were somewhere around. You got the message I sent by the Indian? Yes, and the sergeant and I started right away. The girl in town has seen you. The Conway girl. There's a cop by the window, Sergeant.
This happens to be the Conway girl's brother.
What? Did the girl tell him to keep away from here?
He did, and so did we. He promised to stay in town. I don't know what brought him up here.
We didn't expect to find you so close to the mine either. Well, my camp is near the top of the cliff, in a cave. I can see the whole canyon from there. Something happened about an hour ago, and I decided to investigate.
What do you mean? What happened?
The boy's all right, isn't he?
He'll have a bump on his head, that's all. What happened?
It was just after dark. I heard someone ride into the canyon. And then a little later, I heard some yelling. That was unusual. Max and his crew never make any noise. So I came down. We got here a few minutes ago. The door of the cabin was open, so I came inside, and then almost at once this guy came riding up. Well, I didn't know who it was. I didn't want any of the gang to catch me. When he started to come inside, I hit him with the butt of my gun.
He's coming too.
Oh, my head.
Hello, Conway.
Who's that? I can't see.
It'd be dangerous to light a lamp. Sergeant Preston, man.
The sergeant. Oh, thank goodness.
Why did you break your promise? Why didn't you stay in town?
Anne? Yes, it was about 7 o'clock. She hadn't come down for supper, and I went up to her room to warn her she'd be late. The dining room closes at 7.
Yes?
I found a note here.
I can't read it. What's it say?
Well, you said you were looking for the man who'd saved her from the bandits. She said that out of gratitude, she felt she had to warn him, to give him a chance to get away. Oh, what do you know about that? I thought she didn't like me. You're the man? Yes.
When we said we were looking for you, she thought you were a crook.
Isn't he?
No, he's a detective from the States. He's after one of the men who's hiding out in this canyon.
Max Mattern. He's wanted for murder. I picked up his trail, followed him here, and sent word to the sergeant to come and arrest him. There's a murderer in this canyon? There sure is. And he has 3 cutthroats with him. As a matter of fact, they're working your mine. But Anne, what about Anne?
She must have been the one you heard right up here, Jim.
I'm afraid so.
Where are Max and his men?
In the mine.
And they've taken the girl prisoner.
It looks that way to me.
Well, when do we go after her?
Yes, you've got to save her.
We'll do our best, Ned. What's the best way, John?
We can't just go in there and shoot it out. She might be hurt.
Any ideas? You've been around. You can tell us all about the mine.
I can do that, all right. There's one entrance only a few feet from here.
Yes, we've seen it.
The canyon takes a bend up a little way. There's another entrance around the bend.
Oh, that complicates things. Have you seen the inside of the mine at all?
A couple of times. The 2 main shafts lead back to a natural cave. It's a big place, and that's where Max and the others are living.
Why do they keep their horses?
The woods at the top of the canyon.
They'd have to have them like a getaway. If we seem to leave the upper entrance of the mine clear, tell us more about the tunnels.
There's nothing much to tell. The first one, the one that starts just above us here, is fairly wide and high. It leads straight back to the cave. The entrance to the other one above the bend is pretty well hidden by underbrush.
They may think we don't know about it. If they heard us coming along the main tunnel and wanted to escape, they'd use the second one. What do they use for light in the cave?
Candles. But I doubt if we could get close to the cave without being heard. There's an echo in the main tunnel. Kick a pebble and it sounds like a landslide. And naturally, they'd put out their lights if they heard us coming.
We could carry our own light.
Give them a target? I don't get it.
Now listen, this may not work, but at least it's worth a try. We won't be shooting blind. We must be able to...
A single candle cast great flickering shadows on the walls of the cave inside the mine. And Conway sat on the floor near it. Her hands were tied behind her back. Max, Rafe, and Keg were facing her.
You're stupid, the whole lot of you.
What gives you that idea?
You want this mine for yourself, but you've been working it, and that holds the title for me and my brother. We ought to thank you.
Who knows we've been working it?
I do.
Yeah, you do. Stupid of you to find out. You don't suppose we're going to let you tell anybody else, do you?
There's only one way to stop me.
Yeah, I know that. I say, get it over with.
Yeah, what's the use of talking? What's the use of wasting time?
I'm not. We've got to let her live for a while longer. It's bait for a trap.
Trap? For who?
Figure it out for yourself. She's got a brother. When she don't go back to town, he'll come after her.
Well, all right. So he comes and we'll be waiting for him. What do we need the girls for? What? Someone's coming now.
Probably Jake. I've had him standing guard at the entrance. That's you, Jake?
Yeah. Boss, you better get ready for action.
Here. Good.
I'll wait. I guess it was her brother. He comes riding up to the cabin. He starts to go inside, then he yells. Did you hear him?
No.
Somebody was inside the cabin. Not only that, but a minute or so later, a couple of other guys come running up.
Well, why didn't you let him have it?
The boss told me not to. Anyway, I couldn't see good enough. I heard them running, that's all, and then their voices. They're inside the cabin now.
Well, let's kill them. Oh, wait. How many?
The guy that rode up and 3 others. Maybe only 2, but I think there's 3.
Put out the camera.
Okay.
What do we do? Wait here for them?
Yeah, and when the right time comes, the girl's going to bring them straight into the range of our guns. We'll be able to hear them coming through the tunnel. We'll fill that tunnel full of hot lead.
What about the other tunnel?
They won't know about that. It's all overgrown and never used. That's our ace in the hole. Our getaway if we need one. Now quiet, everybody. Not a word.
Jim Stewart led the way through the tunnel with Constable Burton close behind him. They placed one foot in front of the other with infinite care.
We're getting close to the cave entrance. Why are you feeling along the wall? There's a big rock that juts out from it. It'll give us all the cover we need. Easy. Find it? Yes. Now stay close to the wall and no bullet from the cave can hit you. All set? Yes. Now, according to the sergeant's plan, we let them know we're here. Pretend you're walking. Put your feet down hard. The girl.
I don't know what you're doing to me. You can't stop me from wanting to. Stay there. Don't get me.
Hey, what are they doing to him? We've got to stick to our plan, Harry. If we leave this cover, they can't miss us. Ready with your torch?
Yes.
Light it.
The 2 men were carrying pine torches, the ends wrapped in rags and soaked with coal oil they had found in the cabin. Now they lit them, and as the light flared up, a volley of shots rang out from the cave. But Jim and the constable were safe behind the cover of the rock. And as soon as there was a lull in the shooting, they threw their torches into the cave. Instantly, their glare brought the outlines of the rocky room into vivid outline, and the outlaws scurried outside the ring of light cast by the torches.
Don't shoot low. You might hit the girl. Right.
Inside the cavern, Rafe, Keg, and Jake were pressing their faces against the rocky floor, but Max was using different tactics. He was holding Ann in front of him.
Go on. Hold your fire. Try to shoot me and you hit the girl. I'm using her as a shield.
It's true, Ned. I can't get away from him.
Hear that? Of course they won't shoot. Why don't you keep the girl in front of you and put those torches out? All you have to do is stamp on them.
I got a better idea. We're in the shadows. They can't make us out good. All we have to do is work our way around the cave till we come to the other entrance.
We're getting out?
Keep your voice down.
You can't stop me from warning you.
Nothing one crack over the head enough.
I don't care.
She's out this time. I'll drop her as soon as I get to the tunnel.
You didn't answer me. Are we making a break for it?
No. We go outside. Come in the other tunnel and get them from the rear. Start moving. Slow. Just a step at a time.
It took Max nearly 10 minutes to reach the far end of the cave.
Yeah.
The glare from the torches did not reach this far. He had to feel along the wall with one free hand for the opening of the tunnel. At last he found it and dropped the girl to the ground. He started to run through the pitch-black tunnel, but he'd only taken a few steps. Something hit him. It was King, who had been crouched beside the sergeant and Ned Conway, and leaped at his master's command. Max went down, and in the next second, the sergeant had wrenched the gun out of his hand.
Hold him there, King.
The sergeant jumped over Max and ran to the cave entrance. He picked up Ann and returned to Ned's side.
Here's your sister, Ned. Get her outside.
All right. Go ahead, guy.
Put him up, King.
That dog.
Up on your feet.
Oh, my arm. Don't. You're breaking it.
Now it's your turn to act as a shield, Max. We'll see how you like it. Go on, march.
The sergeant forced Max to walk ahead of him to the point where the tunnel opened into the cave.
No, let me go. This is murder. There are 3 of them. They all have guns. When they hear us, they'll shoot.
Then tell them to drop their guns and surrender.
No! Rafe! Jake, don't shoot. The Mounties got me. He's holding me in front of him. Don't shoot him or hit me.
I'm calling on you to surrender. You're under arrest in the name of the Queen.
It was pitch black at this end of the cave, and impossible to see the outlaws in the darkness. The sergeant heard whispers, and then nothing. It was King's low growl that told him they were moving toward the tunnel entrance. The sergeant snapped a pair of handcuffs around Max's ankles and thrust him behind him and down to the ground.
Now, if you want to live,
be quiet. Tensely, the sergeant waited, his gun ready. And then suddenly the outlaws, thinking Max was still being held in front of the sergeant, rushed the entrance using their guns as clubs.
Okay, come on here.
The sergeant leaped aside and caught Rafe on the side of the head with his own gun. Kane jumped at Jake and knocked him down. The sergeant lashed down with a left to Kane's jaw. The outlaw staggered back. He tried to level the muzzle of his gun at the sergeant. He had no chance. The sergeant grabbed the wrist of his gun hand and twisted it. The gun dropped to the floor.
All right, you got me. Let go. Get this dog off of me.
I'll take your gun first. All right, boy, watch them. Harry, Jim, bring torches.
Oh, my head.
don't move, any of you.
A moment later, the sergeant saw Jim Stewart and Constable Burton moving toward him, carrying torches high above their heads.
You got us into a fine mess, Max. Keep your mouth shut. Let them take us to jail. They've got nothing against us. That's right. You can't prove anything, Raleigh.
Only attempted murder as far as you 3 are concerned. And Max won't even stand trial. What do you think of that?
Why not? He's as guilty as we are. It was his idea from the beginning to move in here.
He won't stand trial in the Yukon.
I won't. No, Max. Got something better waiting for you. Jim Stewart.
Lieutenant Stewart, now. You're coming back to San Francisco with me. And when you get there, you'll hang for murder.
Easy, King. We have all the evidence we need to send these 3 to prison, and Max will pay for his crime in the States. As far as we're concerned, boy, the case is closed.
In just a moment, Sergeant Preston will give you a preview of Monday's adventure. Discover why Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice win the praise of many a He-Man Hollywood movie star. Try wheat or rice shot from guns yourself at breakfast tomorrow. These crisp, tender, king-size grains are delicious. They're good for you, too. Furnish restored natural grain amounts of vitamin B1, niacin, and iron. Just remember to get the original crisp, fresh wheat or rice shot from guns. Always buy the big red and blue package with the smiling Quaker man on the front. Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice are...
You're listening to Chin Radio AM.
Listen Monday when Sergeant Preston and Yukon King meet the challenge of the Yukon in the case of the missing code.
King and I set out to trail the men who had kidnapped Pete Fraser from his cabin. Unfortunately, I made the mistake of leaving Pete's wife alone and unguarded. As a result, I later found myself facing the guns of 3 desperate men who were using Mrs. Fraser as a hostage.
Be sure to hear this exciting adventure Monday. These radio dramas, a feature of the Challenge of the Yukon Incorporated, are created and produced by George W. Trendle, directed by Fred Flowerday, and supervised by Charles D. Livingston. The part of Sergeant Preston is played by Paul Sutton. They are brought to you every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at the same time by Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. The breakfast cereals shot from guns. Here's good news for dog owners. You can now get the famous Kennel Bar dog feeding bowl, and it compares with bowls up to $3.50 value for just $1 and 4 kennel ration labels. This heavy-gauge plastic feeding bowl is 15 inches long, serves water and food separately. It won't slip or tip over, and it's easy to clean. It's the new improved method for feeding dogs. Get your valuable Kennel Bar dog feeding bowl today. Send $1 with 4 kennel ration labels to Kennel Ration, Chicago, 77. This is J. Michael wishing you goodbye, good luck, and good health from Quaker Puffed Wheat and Quaker Puffed Rice. So long. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
The Jack Benny program, presented by Lucky Strike. Quality of product is essential to continuing success. An outstanding example, Lucky Strike. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And day in, day out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. American Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows. Mr. Ed Isaacs, independent tobacco warehouseman of Lebanon, Kentucky, has seen millions of pounds of tobacco sold at auction. Recently, he said,
season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe tobacco, the kind of leaf a tobacco man really goes for. My own cigarette for more than 15 years has been Lucky.
At auction after auction, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Isaacs can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco. Remember, LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real, deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. Yes, next time you buy cigarettes, ask for Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Sunday night is a great night for comedy on NBC. One of the outstanding comedians is Fred Allen. What? However, it's too early for Allen, so I bring you his closest friend, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, Rose Bowl tummy. Look, I'd like to ask you something. After all these years, how can you imply that Fred Allen and I are such close friends?
Well, Jack, last year when we were in New York, Allen told me personally that of all the friends he has, if he tried to borrow money, you'd be the closest.
Fred Allen said that?
Yes, Jack, he certainly did.
Well, Don, I'm the kind of a man who likes to give credit where credit is due. And that joke deserves at least 5 seconds of silence. Will you people in the audience please bear with us?
And that isn't all Allen said. He told me
Wait a minute, Don. Jack isn't back yet.
Well, where is he?
While the bells were ringing, he was out in the audience telling good humor.
I was not. You're just as bad as Allen with those stingy jokes about me.
Oh, Jack, it isn't only Fred Allen. Everybody is talking about how cheap you are. Even I'm embarrassed.
What?
Look what happened last Saturday night at the Brown Derby.
Mary.
You ordered a bowl of noodle soup and ate it right down to the last spoonful.
Well?
Then you caught a fly, threw it in the soup, and refused to pay for it.
Now, Mary, look.
And that was a fine thing you did at the football game last week. Everybody else bought a pennant, but not you.
What'd he do, Mary?
He painted USC on his toupee and tied it on a stick.
Well, I had the winning team, didn't I? Maybe.
Yeah, but if you dyed green for Notre Dame, I'll punch you right in the nose.
If you hadn't hesitated before green, you'd have had a great joke there. Anyway, sister, you're dimming my Christmas spirit. Now let's get on with the... Come in. Mr. Benny, I'm from Coronet Magazine, and we want to express our appreciation to you for being our quiz editor this month. Well, I was glad to do it. You were selected because you are a man who always tells the truth. Of course. Now we'd like some information for our files. Anything at all. What is it you want to know? How old are you? Well, how old would you say I look? Oh, I'd say about 38. Thank you. Do you mind if I borrow your handkerchief? Why? The wind is blowing through this hole in my head. What? Get out of here! I don't know why it is. On other shows, when someone knocks on the door, it's a guest star. On my show, it's always an idiot. I'll be right with you, Jackson. I wasn't calling you. But as long as you're here, Phil, snap into it and give us a band number.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Wait a minute. From now on, you just don't stand there and tell me to play a band number. You request a musical selection. What? Then if the maestro is in the mood, he will acquiesce.
Phil, are you winking at me, or did you lose the toothpick that was holding your left eye open?
I didn't lose nothing, Jackson. I'm just classy now. Didn't you notice what happened at the opening of the show?
Notice what?
I was leading a band without a stick.
Well, 3 cheers and a tiger for you. Without a stick, huh?
Certainly, it's much more dignified now that I'm like the other great musicians, Stokowski or Toscanini or Spumoni.
I knew if he talked long enough, he'd hit the jerk pot. Phil, Spumoni is an Italian ice cream.
Oh, thank heaven. I thought I said a naughty word.
No, Phil, you're in the clear. There was nothing naughty there, unless... No, ice cream is ice cream, no matter how you look at it. And, Phil, as far as your music is concerned...
Don't pick on my music, Jackson. I've got enough to do. I got to come to the studio, rehearse the script, and I got to rehearse the band, and on top of that, I got to write my own music.
You mean you make your own arrangements?
Certainly, but if you paid me enough, I could hire a guy to come down and fix them up a little. You know, one good note here and there makes a lot of difference.
Phil, one good note in your arrangement is like throwing a rose into a barrel of Roquefort. Anyway, hey, where's Dennis? It's time for a song.
We haven't come in yet, Jack.
Well, Don, while we're waiting, let's have the quartet do a commercial.
Hey, Jackson, if you want to hear something good, me and the quartet have worked up a number that's dynamite.
I mean, you and the sportsman prepared a commercial?
Sure. Didn't we, fellas? Didn't we, fellas? Did you, fellas?
See, I'm boss here, Phil. Well, go ahead. Let's hear it.
Okay. Won't you come with me to Alabama? Let's go see my dear old mammy. She's smoking Luckies and broiling hammy. That's what I like about the South. Down with Swanee River flows, down where that fine tobacco grows, where every man is a man who knows. That's what I like about the South. If you love me like I love you, send me Lucky's PDQ. Raw, raw, raw for SMU. That's what I like about the South.
Then we'll go to Tennessee. That's the place for you and me. They smoke LSMFT. That's what I like about the South.
Take one, Jackson. Come with me to old St. Joe, where they love me, but the Lucky's know. So free and easy on the draw. That's what I like about the South.
Even down on Basin Street, they would rather smoke than eat, because Lucky Strikes are hard to beat. That's what I like about the South, Don.
Funny thing about an Eskimo, they only smoke in the evening glow, but the nights are 6 months long, you know, and that's what I like about the North.
I'd rather be in Dixieland, because in that field that looks so grand, with a big tobacco leaf in my hand. That's what I like about the South.
Here's every boom with all the news. Really racing button shoes, and Lucky Strike is the one they choose. That's what I like about the South.
Well, yes, sir. Say, Phil, did you write that number all by yourself?
I certainly did, Jackson.
Wrote the music, arranged it, and everything? I mean, nobody helped you?
No, I did it myself.
Well, now you know what I mean by Roquefort. I can't understand why Dennis isn't here.
Well, I haven't seen him since we had Thanksgiving dinner at your house.
That's funny.
Hey, Jackson, maybe the kid ate too much turkey and got sick.
No, he couldn't have. There were 16 of us at the table, and I still have half the turkey left.
There were 28 of us, and you still have 3/4 of the turkey left.
What?
Nobody but you would think of putting sleeping pills in the stuffing.
Oh, stop, will you? See, I can't understand where Dennis is.
You want me to go out and look for him?
Yeah, see if you... Dennis, when did you come in?
Just now.
Why are you so late?
Well, I had to wait for my mother. She took me downtown to buy a suit with 2 pair of pants.
Well, why did your mother have to go along?
The suit was for her.
For her? Dennis, your mother wears a man's suit?
Well, she used to wear a dress, but one day while she was working, her heel got caught in the hem. She fell down the ladder and dropped all the bricks.
Dennis, you mean your mother's a hot carrier? Why didn't your father do that kind of work?
Well, he has to stay home and do the cooking and sewing.
Well, that certainly is a mixed-up family. Your mother wearing men's clothes and your father in an apron.
Yeah, when I was born, the doctor didn't know which one to take to the hospital.
Dennis.
Lucky for me, he took my mother.
Dennis, what makes you so silly?
Oh, I don't think he's silly, Jack. I think he's cute.
You're cute too, Mary. And if you ever think of getting married, my phone number is Gladstone 1975.
1975.
If a man answers, it's my mother.
Dennis, if Mary was thinking of getting married, it wouldn't be to you. You're just a kid.
Well, I'm not a kid anymore. My father told me all about the birds and bees.
What?
The birds are the ones with the wings.
Dennis, the bees have wings too.
Don't get vulgar.
Dennis, do me a favor. Let's have your song, will you? Can't understand how he got 2 shows. How he ever got a father and mother.
Lately, whenever you hold me, you don't hold me tight. Don't you love me anymore? Lately, I've had to remind you to kiss me goodnight. Don't you love me anymore? I remember when I used to thrill you to the sky. Now I notice when we kiss, you don't even close your eyes. Maybe I'm just being silly to feel like I do. Am I the one that you adore? Or don't you love me anymore? Won't you love me anymore? Won't you love me anymore? I remember when I used to thrill you to the sky. Now I notice when we kiss, you don't even close your eyes. Maybe I'm just being silly to feel like I do. Am I the one that you adore? Or don't you love me anymore?
That was Don't You Love Me Anymore, sung by Dennis Day, and very good, Dennis.
Thanks, Mr. Benny. Before I forget, my mother told me to thank you for inviting me to your dinner last Thursday.
Well, you were very welcome. And by the way, kids, all of you, I meant to tell you, you know, you almost didn't have that turkey for dinner.
What do you mean, Jack?
Well, somehow I didn't have the heart to kill it. As a matter of fact, it was the day before Thanksgiving. You know, the turkey was out in the yard, and it was getting laid. Look at her, Rochester. She's certainly a fine-looking turkey. Gee, we've had her almost a week now. I know she seems to know us. Well, it's got to be killed. Here, Rochester, here's the hatchet.
Yep, we got to do it. Here's the hatchet, boss.
Yes, sir. If it's got to be done, it's got to be done. Here's the hatchet, Rochester.
No use wasting time. That's what we're out here for. Here's the hatchet, boss.
I'll tell you what, Rochester. I'll toss a coin to see who does it. Heads, it's you. Here, I'll toss this quarter. Here goes. Where did it go? Where's the quarter?
The turkey swallowed it.
What?
Boss, with the hatchet, not with your bare hands.
I was just trying to stop her from swallowing it. Now, Rochester, let's not fool around anymore. Now, take the hatchet and chop the turkey's head off.
But, boss, isn't there an easier way to do it? Why don't we kill him like Mr. Harris killed his turkey?
Oh, does Mr. Harris kill turkeys a special way?
Yeah, he feeds them a quart of bourbon and lets them hiccup themselves to death.
You mean he gives the turkey a quart of bourbon?
On Thanksgiving, Mr. Harris wants everybody to be happy.
Well, that's silly. How can the turkey be happy? His body will soon be in the oven roasting.
Yeah, but his head will be out in the yard smiling.
Oh, fine. Well, we're not going to waste any bourbon on this turkey. Look, Rochester, we've stalled long enough. Now I'm going to the house, so you kill it.
But, boss, I hate to.
Well, I'm not happy about it either, but it's got to be done. Now go ahead. All this fuss over killing a turkey. But then, you do get kind of attached to them. I remember I brought her home Saturday, and every morning she laid an egg. If she could give milk, too, I'd have let her live. But then, what have I got to lose? At least this way I get food and a duster. But I'm sure gonna miss her. She was kind of cute. I don't know, she'd all...
Well, boss, it's all over.
You mean?
Yeah. Say, boss, I wonder what gobble, 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 gobble means.
Why?
Those were her last words.
Well, don't worry about it, Rochester. It had to be done. I'm going into the den and lie down. I'm kind of tired, anyway. Well, it'll be good to lie down a while. Yeah, I'm tired after all the work I've done. I hope the gang enjoys the Thanksgiving dinner tomorrow. Thanksgiving is one of my favorite holidays. It's not like it used to be. I remember when I was a kid back in Waukegan. My father and I used to go out in that big forest and shoot a turkey. Just think, that's where Chicago is now. I hated to make Rochester kill that turkey. It was my fault, too. I didn't want to do it. Yeah, I feel like I'm falling asleep. Maybe I better take my hat off. I didn't want to kill that turkey. I didn't want to kill that turkey. I didn't want to kill that turkey.
Order in
in the court. Order in the court.
Court? Where am I? Where am I?
Order in the court. Now the case of the Gobblers of Los Angeles County versus Jack Benny.
Wait a minute. What am I being tried for?
You are charged with murder.
Murder? Wait a minute. This is a mistake. I didn't murder anybody. Who did I murder?
You murdered my daughter.
But you're a turkey. And look, the jury. They're all turkeys, too.
Everybody rise, please. His Honor, the judge.
Judge? How can you be the judge? You're a turkey, aren't you?
Well, what do you think I am with this worm in my mouth? An apple?
What? But, Your Honor, if you're the judge, why aren't you on the bench? Why are you sitting over there?
My wife went shopping, and it's my turn to sit on the net.
Oh.
Whoops! Congratulate me, I'm a father. And now let's get on with the trial. The prosecution will present its first witness. Will the first witness please take the stand? Your name?
Tallulah Turkey.
Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Tell her to uncross her legs. She's influencing the jury. Imagine her coming into court wearing those short feathers.
Now, Mrs. Turkey, when was the last time you saw your daughter?
When she went out with that man over there, and she lost her head completely.
That's a corny gag.
It ain't bad for a turkey.
Order in the court. Order in the... Whoops, that's twins. Won't Mama be surprised when she comes home? Will the next witness please take the stand? You are here as a character witness, sir. What is your name?
My name is Fred Allen.
Your occupation?
I'm a comedian.
That's a lie. I object.
Order in the court. Order in the court. Now, Mr. Allen, how long have you known the defendant?
74 years.
Just a minute, Mr. Allen. You're not that old.
When you know a man like Benny, you try to hurry up and die.
Now, wait a minute. That will be all, Mr. Allen. Your testimony has... Whoops, that's 3 down and 1 to go. And now will the defendant please take the stand?
Yes, and I'll say plenty. Your name? Jack Benny. Your occupation? Radio comedian. Your wage? 38. What? Oh, my age. Well, that's a personal matter.
Now, isn't it true that on the afternoon of November the 26th, you did murder with drumstick of forethought Miss Tilly Turkey?
Yes. But since when is it a crime to kill a turkey?
The prosecution will present its next witness.
Yes, sir. Your name, please.
Mr. Kitzel. Now, Mr. Kitzel, in the course of your employment in a poultry market, isn't it true that you sold the defendant a turkey?
Look, Mr. Benny is a very good friend of mine. I don't like to say anything that's going to hurt him.
Well, how long have you been friends?
Since before he murdered the turkey.
Mr. Kitzel, quiet. Now, about this turkey you sold the defendant, was she nice and plump?
She was beautiful.
Oh, then she was very well rounded.
Her pictures was banned in Boston.
Now, Mr. Kitzel, we want an identification of the deceased turkey. How much did she weigh?
I think 29 pounds.
You think she weighed 29 pounds, don't you know?
Wait, I'll ask my assistants. Say, boy,
They're not his assistants. That's my quartet. What's the matter with everybody? Are they crazy?
Boy, how much did Mr. Benny's turkey weigh?
What kind of a trial is this?
She was the turkey of 29 pounds. In the barnyard she made all around. Now there were 29 chickens as crazy as the dickens of the turkey of 29 pounds. She left 29 broken eggs. She had feathers all over her legs. And brother, I am not bluffing. You ought to see the stuffing in the turkey of 29 pounds. She was a gobbling baby, a new kind of bird from the west. She'll make wonderful gravy if you're not careful. It's on your best. She ate 29 bushels of corn since the 29 weeks she was born. She looks so lovely on your table with her legs like Betty Grable. She's the turkey of 29 pounds. Oh, gobble, gobble, the turkey of 29 pounds.
Turkeys of the jury, you've heard the evidence. What is your verdict?
We find the defendant, Jack Benny, guilty of murder.
Don Wilson!
Let's get him, kid.
Get away from me! Get away from me, do you hear? Stay away from me! Boss! Leave me alone! Take your claws out of my wrist!
Boss, wake up! Wake up! It's me!
Huh? Oh, it's you, Rochester. See what a dream I just had. Dreamed a bunch of turkeys were eating me. I could feel them. One of them kept biting me and biting me.
Well, boss, you should never go to sleep with your teeth in your pocket.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's tough enough when we grown-ups have problems. But when our children are the victims of circumstances we are responsible for, that's unforgivable. I'm referring to what is happening in our being forced to leave their profession to enter better paying fields. Now we can correct this to getting to know the individual teachers better. So let's support our teachers' interest in their
product is essential to continuing success. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT.
Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco is what counts in a cigarette. Remember what happens at the tobacco auctions? Season after season, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Lucky Strike presents The Man Who Knows. Mr. James Ball, ace tobacco auctioneer of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, sold 7.5 million pounds of tobacco in just 24 days. A world's record. Not long ago, he said,
season after season, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine, ripe, mellow leaf, tobacco that makes a swell smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
So for your own real, deep-down smoking enjoyment, remember,
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
Yes, next time you buy cigarettes, ask for Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, be sure to listen to the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show on Sundays and A Day in the Life of Dennis Day on Wednesday. Well, kids, I'm glad you all enjoyed the Thanksgiving dinner, and, oh, darn it, I just remembered something. I forgot to invite Norman Krasna. I better call him up and apologize and ask him to dinner tonight.
Norman Krasna's residence.
I'd like to speak to Mr. Krasna, please. This is Jack Benny.
I'm sorry, but Mr. Krasna is busy at the moment. Could I give him a message?
Yes, I'd like you to find out if he can go out to dinner with me tonight.
Just a moment, I'll ask him. Hello?
Hello, what did Mr. Krasna say? Good, but tell him 8 o'clock. Goodbye.
is NBC.
You're listening to Chin Radio AM 1540, the voice of multicultural Toronto, bringing you the latest updates on COVID-19. Stay informed, stay safe, and stay tuned to Chin Radio AM 1540.
Now, as gunshots echo across the wind-swept, snow-covered reaches of the wild Northwest, Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, a breakfast cereal shot from guns, present the challenge of the Yukon. It's Yukon King, swiftest and strongest lead dog of the Northwest, blazing the trail for Sergeant Preston of the Northwest Mounted Police in his relentless pursuit of lawbreakers. On King, on your gold discovered in the Yukon, a stampede to the Klondike in the wild race for riches. Back to the days of the gold rush, with Quaker Puff Wheat and Quaker Puff Rice, bringing you the adventures of Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog, Yukon King, as they meet the challenge of the Yukon. Let's go! Yes, you're raring to go for a breakfast that's sparked with delicious Quaker Puff Wheat or Quaker Puff Rice. Your appetite races for a heaping bowlful of those king-size kernels of premium rice or wheat, topped with milk or cream and fruit. Just take a luscious mouthful, taste the nut-like flavor, the special crispness that's yours only in Quaker Puff Rice and Quaker Puff Wheat, because they're shot from guns. Taste them tomorrow morning, sure. Frankie Warren was an orphan lad whose right leg had been crippled in a Klondike mine explosion. In spite of his misfortune, he remained cheerful and plucky. And as soon as he was able to get around on crutches, he began earning his livelihood by repairing dog sleds and harness for travelers on the Yukon Trail. One day, two sourdoughs stopped at the weather-beaten cabin which Frankie had taken over. Frankie hobbled out to greet them.
Hello there.
Hello there, young fella.
Hi. Need any repairs on your sled or your harness? If you do, you've come to the right place.
Oh, we just stopped to get rid of one of our dogs.
Get rid of him?
Yeah, he's in bad shape. Too weak to work in the traces any longer, so there's no use wasting any more food on him.
Which dog do you mean?
The right wheeler. Can't you tell just by looking at him?
The dog, which the stranger had pointed out, was a big, sorrowful-looking St. Bernard. His sides were gaunt, and his once majestic head now lolled weakly from his shoulders.
Yeah, I'll go take him out to traces.
What's the matter with him?
He's sick, I guess. Gone lame, too. Pads look like a raw beef steak.
How long have you had him?
Oh, about a month or so. Brought him down on the Dye Beach, fresh off the boat. $400 he cost us.
I got him on harness, Karen. Are you going to take care of him, or you want me to do it?
No, I'll do it.
St. Bernard, freed from the traces, ventured a few shaky steps toward the cabin. But his legs soon gave way, and he collapsed helplessly to the ground.
Oh, look at the lousy mutt.
Hey, don't kick him.
I gotta move him some way.
Why don't you just shoot him right here and be done with it? What?
Not from the side of the team. It stirs him up too much to see a dog killed.
Well, you're not going to shoot him.
What do you think I'm gonna do? Can't pull his weight any longer.
Well, if you don't want him anymore, leave him here with me. I'll take care of him.
Hey, now. You're kind of soft-hearted, ain't you?
Why, I just don't like to see a dog killed, that's all.
Uh-huh. Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. That dog cost us $400. We sell him to you at half price. $200.
$200? But you were just going to shoot him.
We got to get part of our investment back. Otherwise, that $400 is a dead loss. Is that right, Slayton?
Sure it is. Well, I don't have $200.
Oh? Well, how much do you have?
Well, I don't know. About 150, I guess.
150. All right, we'll sell them to you for 150.
But I can't spare that money. It's all I've got.
Suit yourself. If you don't want to buy them, I'll just have to shoot them. I'll get my 6-shooter.
Oh, no, wait a minute, wait. I'll give you the money.
Sure. I thought you'd change your mind.
When the two sourdoughs had gone, Frankie half dragged, half carried the sick dog into his cabin. He made a comfortable bed for him by the stove, and then brought him some food and water.
Here you go, boy. There. From now on, there'll be no more kicks, and no more whippings either. You're just going to stay right here by the stove till you're well again.
Under Frankie's gentle care, the St. Bernard quickly regained his strength. And with every day that passed, the bonds of affection between the orphan boy and the huge dog grew stronger and stronger. Whether Frankie was hobbling about on his crutches or seated inside the cabin, the big St. Bernard was never more than a few feet away from his new master. Several weeks after Frankie had acquired the dog, Sergeant Preston and King stopped at the boy's cabin.
So this is your new partner. I've heard about him.
Oh, isn't he a swell dog?
He certainly is, Frankie. I'm no expert on St. Bernards, but this one looks like a real champion. What's his name?
Oh, I call him Lucky, because it was lucky for both of us that he came here.
Did he just stray here?
Oh, no, he belonged to two sourdoughs named Kern and Slayton. They were using him as right wheel dog in their team. He got sick and lame and couldn't go any farther. So they were going to shoot him.
And instead?